Yo, good morning, good morning. So we're gonna continue with the carry system today, but first we're just gonna experiment a little bit more with this selection outline implementation. I would really like to mark that as complete and push it into the done pile. Yesterday we improved it a lot, performance-wise, and a little bit visually. I want to do the last part is concerning the visuals of it. So I mentioned it yesterday, we lose half of the outlines here, and to me, like, it's highly important that we get the full outlines, so I want layered outlines. I just love the look of a black outline on top of a white outline. And I think it's a little bit more visible if we take the character here. If we take a look at this outline here, the black outline here, we pretty much lose half of it, or you can even check it here. I think it's even better. When the white appears, we lose the outer half opacity outline, which makes it look so good from a distance. So it's pretty much just like when we apply this outline on the scene, the white one, we just need to take, let's see if I can find it. We just need to take, oh, am I doing something bad here? I think it was concerning this error. Yo, good morning Harukanan, and good morning CoolerSK. It's good when character is visible. Usually you want it that way, unless it's FPS game. I agree. Don't really... know what you mean though. Yeah, Harukanan, that's not the best start to a stream. This error has been with me for a while. Maybe it's never it never appears during gameplay. It's always when I pause and check stuff, so that's why I haven't put much effort into it. But anyway, we have this texture here, which is what I want to use, because here we want to check, or here we have some outline data we can probably use to add back the outline that gets removed. So let's double check this one real quick and clear this one. If it appears again, let's just fix it. So we have the same data twice here, but this is just placeholder. So first it's the outline alpha, and then we have the outline depth. So pretty much if we create an outline at this pixel, take the depth at the pixel that owns the outline, or the outline belongs to, and put that depth there. And then we have this one where we just take the So this is the different segments. And I think we might actually be able to use this one. No idea why I multiplied with 0.1 though. But. I think we want to use this one. Or I think we can use this one. I just wonder what happens if we have multiple of these. We have to make sure. We don't want to do too many checks with neighbors. I also thought about we could probably. Yo, what's up, Joe Love? Garbage code. Best to just start over, man. Yeah. I also had an idea that we could use. So this is our outline texture. I wonder if we can take this one and clear. So we alter the underline. So the data we use to generate normals, if we use that one, if we just remove data from here for the area where we don't want outlines. Nightmare fuel, yeah, a tiny bit. But then again, one very important thing that makes it impossible to use any outline related stuff is that I want to be able to highlight non-outline stuff as well, so like the terrain. But then we don't have an outline. That is true. Why highlight the ground? Okay, the ground might not be the best example. We want to do it right now. because why not? But later on, when we have stones and other foliage, trees and stuff like that, we might want to be able to highlight those. We basically want to be able to highlight anything that has some sort of information eventually. Yo, what's up, Anlink? Work is probably done most of the time, but sometimes we move more horizontally than forward. But that's just how it is. I'm pretty sure I know how we're gonna do this. At least for... It's definitely hard to focus on one thing. I don't like to keep... If I have, like, if we leave this and go on to some other stuff, that means that we have one half-finished thing in our baggage. I just like to keep that baggage sorta clean. I understand you, I understand you. Okay, if the pixel we're currently checking is close enough to the highlighted object, then we might apply the outline again. But that might create some weird stuff here, which I'm not entirely sure of. Gerald, I've seen this guy focus on one thing for a long time. He's pretty good at it. Yeah, I'm bordering on insanity. And like I create multiplayer game and it's just hell yeah. Multiplayer game, that's another demon. Definitely. Multiplayer logic, damn. Especially when you start getting non-deterministic errors. Fuck that. If we had access to depth here, it would... Fuck, do we have access to depth here? Yeah, I think we do. Okay, I think we can fix this. And like, I didn't watch his streams long, I just visit sometimes to see the struggle. Appreciate it. Also, weave errors or serializations. Weave errors, I have no idea what that is. But serialization, yes. Okay, I think we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna measure the distance to the... So we measure... If we're working on a pixel that is right next to the object at hand, then we give it a value and then we reapply outlines based on that value. But then we have to fix this as well. We're gonna have to do some depth comparison here, I think. But most of the time this will be enough. So if we do this pixel and we notice, oh, we're just 1 pixel away from the object we're highlighting, if we have any outline values here, add those outline values. We might get some shadow here. That is true, but it's probably okay. Okay, let's do this. And we're going to implement it in such a way that we can toggle it on or off for quick testing. Highlight, apply. Oh, we calculate distance. That's beautiful. Distance, we measure it in X and Y. Integers, kernel size. Float t is equal to distance divided by we do kernel size times 2. And then we do no, that's not exactly what we want to do, but it's close to it. Gerald Love, he doesn't let anything slide. It's like watching someone paint by looking through a microscope. I actually enjoyed that description. I do. We want this kernel max distance, float closest selection point. Do we have float max value or something here? I don't know. We'll double check. Or we can do kernel max distance. And we calculate distance. Yes. I want to rename this one. Or point. Yes. Yeah, if this is true, then we just do like this, and then we actually return this one, see what we have. But I want to divide it by kernel max distance. Hmm. Mm. I want the opposite here. There we go. So for these ones, we would like to multiply the outline, I think. Gonna get some issues here. Gerald Love, do you plan on having water like a pond or river? We actually have a pretty simple water system in place. So you can pour water and it will fill holes and stuff like that. Been a while. I don't think it fully works with this new terrain system we have, but we can do some quick fixes and get it running again. But to answer your question in short, yes. We're gonna have rivers and ponds. Is this enough data? I'm trying to... And I want to... Do we... It's probably enough. Okay, beautiful. What about aquatic creatures? Aquatic, I don't know how to pronounce that, but hell yeah, we're gonna have some of those. So depending on how much water you have in your garden, you're gonna attract some water creatures. If you have rivers in your garden, you're gonna attract some river creatures, and so on and so on. I think it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be great. Fuck, I'm a little bit worried about this one. This is actually a good test, but let's try this one. So if we do... let's call this one T. And then we do float. Get outline color. And the UV we want to use is input.text chord. And then we do Or we actually want to do a lerp here. How do I want to do this? Yeah. Outline color, float, highlight, outline color. We want to multiply t with this one. And then we want to return include blend something something blend util blend. And then we return blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha, and here we do outline color, highlight, outline color. Let's see what kind of result we have with this. No result. Ooh. Recursive. Holy shit. Really? So we call this one get outline value with UV, get outline color. We should be getting a float here, so we should call this one. I don't see how it's recursive. Yeah, what the fuck? We use this one a lot. We use this one a lot. What is the problem? Yeah, I guess we can go up a version, but I don't see how this one is recursive though. Oh, is that so? Yes, okay. Hmm. Okay, we didn't have that definition, explains it. Okay. Did I screw something up here? Can't imagine. We don't do this one anymore, we just do this. What the hell? We do this one. Should be okay, we don't use it. Gerald Love, it should be different outline color if it's something the player can move to give context. That's actually a pretty damn good idea. Fucking hell, I love it. Change the outline visuals based on what the player can do with it. Holy shit. We can do some fun stuff with that, I think. I mean, we can do... So color is very nice, but we can do other stuff as well. We can animate the color, we can animate the shape of the outline. Fuck, we can go crazy. Fuck, I'm gonna... 1 second, I'm just gonna add that as a note. We're gonna make a separate issue for that one. Because that is pretty much a new feature, I suppose. One sec. Okay. So back to this issue. I have no idea where we're getting this. We're gonna do a quick restart. I want to. I don't know. No, it's definitely. Get the fuck out. So this is what we returned before. This right here, this is what we return now. I haven't changed anything. Oh, 1 sec. 1 sec. Float 4, float 4. That alpha is extremely important. Okay. And now I want to see. Actually, let's do it on the character. So we lose a lot of outlines here. It's not that bad. Not that case, but there definitely exists some places where it's extremely bad. And then we get this. Do we lose the outlines? Yeah, we pretty much replace the outlines. Okay. That's good. Do we have something wrong with the blending here? T times, yeah. Get outline color, and then we do outline color dot A times equals T. It's just the alpha. Do we seriously? I sort of like what we're seeing here. It's actually the outlines we want to save, right? Why the hell do we get it like this? Hmm. Hmm. We're gonna do. I want to save this one, but we're gonna do. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so fucking good. We get it here as well. Mm. Yeah, of course. So this is T right here. So if we just multiply with the outline color alpha. Good. That's exactly what we want. So, outline color is correct. Highlight outline color. We pretty much want to add this on top of this. So blend source alpha 1 minus source alpha. Yes, and then we have... Oh, that's true. Here we have 0. But then we should be getting... Is it this one I want to try? Okay. We're getting closer. We just need some better alpha on the ones. T is too small. T is too small. I just want to do some testing here. Now we lose all of the outlines. That's good. And if we do test 1, we get some of it back, but it's not dark enough. That's okay. And then if we bring this one up, we get it darker, darker, darker. Okay, beautiful. That's fucking great. I wonder what we want to do with this one. 0.2, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 7, 6, 7. It's risky. Do we lose? And now we pretty much don't lose any outlines. That's good. But I still wonder what happens if we do this. Yeah, then we keep it here. So we're pretty much back where we started. Here as well. We need to do some additional check. If we lower this one. Fuck. Yeah, we go too far away. Hmm. Thought we were gonna get more fade here. We go minus kernel size. Oh, that explains it. Not really. We do this though. Hmm. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do kernel size here. And then we get a little bit more of a fade. That's good. But I would have hoped that we had even more fade. One. Yeah, we're gonna have to take some depth into account as well. Do we get outlines here as well? I think we do. No, we don't. Okay. if we change the outline data and don't do anything else, we're going to get outlines around this outline. That's not very good. Do I want to calculate the outlines again? No, the easiest solution is probably to have depth on this one as well, and then we compare the depth to the outline depth. Love, can you put the player on a different layer? Yeah, we sure can do that, but I don't know how that would help. If we have the depth here, we could just override it. Same here. When we pack the data, we don't have that much control when we pack the data for the selection outline. Because we basically just render the object again. It's a pretty weird problem because we want it to appear above the player with this type of outlines, but we don't want these outlines to appear. And it's not only the player, it's the if we select this one, so then we only want the outlines for this one, not this, nor this. But then again, The thing is, we do have the depth for the outlines, so if we just had the depth for these objects as well, we could... Yeah, this outline is in front of the object, so we don't draw that outline. But this outline is behind the object, we don't draw that one either. We just want to draw the outlines tied to this object. Jesus. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's right at the point where it could be a feature as well, right? The worst part was not having these extra outlines, so having this sucks. But if we have this, I don't know. Maybe this is at a point where I just say acceptable now. I don't know. What the hell? One sec. Huh. Maybe we can actually do this. So if we find a pixel that is being highlighted, then we take the depth on that pixel. And then we compare if this one is in front. Yeah, if this one is in front, then we don't do it. Maybe. Okay, approach number 2. Approach number 2. Okay, let's try some stuff and see what we get. Highlight depth. What do we want to do? Let's try 0. Actually, let's just return this one. Not so bad when the outlines overlap on non-player objects. Yeah. Here the selected object is in front, in front, in front. Behind. Fuck, is it really? Okay, we want to take... One sec, how does this make sense? So here we have... This one is behind. Yeah, now we're not outputting the outlines anymore. Now we're outputting pixels for when we change this one every time. That sucks though. I wonder if we want to go smallest or biggest here. I don't know. But what if we do... Getting white here though. Not here, that's weird. Hmm. We're not getting this outline. We're not getting this. We're getting these. We're getting these as well though. Hmm. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now we're talking. John also, what's up? Why not use tweak quick outline from asset store or something? Because I think this... I'm under the assumption that this one is better. It's extremely... It's way more tied to our game. Like, this is not... You should never assume it leads to assumptions. Yeah, that's true. But, like, we have a nice outline selection in place. It was pretty straightforward to implement, and that's pretty much what you get from the asset store. The problem now is that we want to make this selection outline properly work together with our game outlines. And it wouldn't matter if I took a... It would probably lead, assumption again, to more work to get someone else's selection outline to work with our outlines. But with that said, I think we got it here. This one I'm a little bit worried about. We probably wouldn't get outlines right around here, which sucks. We would probably not get outlines here either. But if we do... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In fact, this might actually be it. Or would it? This one I'm worried about. We're not gonna get the fill here. We're gonna get the fill here. But not here. Don't get me wrong, I like the asset store, but sometimes you see people develop games and they use a lot of things from the asset store, and you usually get like 80% there with stuff from the asset store. But the things we're tweaking and working on here right now, it's extremely specific polish, and you usually, if ever, get that from the asset store when you try to make different assets work together, right? I wonder about this one. Why we're seeing this one here? We would get rid of these outlines. This. John Olson, have you checked out the render feature, render objects in the render data? Yeah, but not in Unity 6. So here we override these outlines, that's very good. Although I wonder about... And this is also beautiful. But this... Okay, this is... Unity, render objects, render feature. Are we talking about this one? Yeah, I've checked this out and it can help you order materials, etc. Yeah, I think our problem is it's not solvable with this one. I think it's more complicated than that, unfortunately. And then we have this one. So now I've just looked through this for a couple of seconds, but you have this one. Overrides material, okay? Unity replaces the material assigned to it with this material. That destroys everything we're doing, because if you replace materials, then you're not getting the original material if it has displacement. Like overriding the material will not, you will not get the displacement in your original material, right? This is actually one of the issues I had with my original outline renderer feature, which exists on my GitHub. It works for a lot of things, but not when you use object with displacement shaders. My new solution for the outlines, however, does, because we don't override materials anymore. Yeah, so there's like a lot of very specific small building blocks that all need to work together, and that's why I'm reluctant to rely on a first or third party solution. Hope it makes sense. Okay, so this looks sorta good, apart from we override this outline-ish. Now we're to... Trust the process. Yeah, we mark this one. We mark every outline here as in front. Really shouldn't. We also need to do... Yeah, okay, let's try... We can probably do this. Okay, let's see here. We have mask count. No, 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 no. I hate that this one is marked as behind. We want to mark this one as in front. So pretty much all of these are behind, I reckon. I actually get the wrong values here as well. Hmm. Or actually, oh, okay, we might. Depends on when we apply the outlines now when I think about it. But we could do a simple... Could we do a color comparison? Nah, we couldn't. Or could we? You know what? I'm thinking... We will to make this in a good way, we'll probably need to pack more data, unfortunately. If we just had the depth of the selected object, it would be pretty straightforward, but I don't want to do that. We don't need more textures. So this case is an extremely difficult case, right? This outline here, we want to draw that one on top of the selection outline. Then these outlines here, we don't want to draw at all. Pretty much we want to draw our selection outline on top of all this, and then we want to draw this outline on top of that selection outline, but only this outline, not this, not this, not part of this, only this. If we check the outline depth of this one, we're gonna get the same. It's pretty clear that we belong to this object. Actually it's not. Yeah, we have thicker outlines, closer to the camera, thinner, further away from the camera. Which means that, like, one could think that we could do an easy solution where we just do 1 pixel from the object we're highlighting is okay. And we would probably get quite far with that. But yeah, yo, what's up, Bush? Down the outline rabbit hole we go. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm still getting back at the outline data. Why is our outline data texture black here? That makes no sense. Yo, what's up, Spies? Thank you, you too, you too. Yo, what's up, Django? Nah, we're actually gonna do this. We are gonna do this. What's up, Raisin Prime? We're halfway there. Let's see here. We're gonna do this. I think we're actually gonna call it here for now. Yo, what's up, GDs? Gerald Love, you can't send... I need to fix that. You can't send links in the YouTube chat. Send it on Discord and I might check it out. Yeah, I think we're gonna leave it as this and call it a day right now. So, looks pretty good, but we still have these outlines here. Let's call it a feature for now. I will send it on Discord. Let me check. Let's take a look. Yeah, I'm gonna take a better look at this when I'm done. I think I've actually been in this repository before, but like, this is not a problem of not getting the outlines right. We do have the outlines. It's making them work together with our other outline system. So yeah, it won't work out of the box. We will probably need to do some custom stuff here as well. Probably the same custom stuff we're gonna have to do with our outline system. But yeah, I think we're gonna keep it like this for now. I mean, if it had been another day, I would probably be, or I can't say for certain that if we didn't have these, that I wouldn't want to have them, right? It's a little bit of an effect. I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board here, see if we can pack some other data, make this a little bit better. But so far we have this effect where the outline renders through other objects, right? We also have the approach where we occlude it like this, right? Then we have this problem here. Ah, fuck, am I really... I need to think on it. John Olson, you should use different words to describe outlines for selections and etched lines in the rendering. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We might fix the cherry later on, Gerald Love. Raisin Prime making standard JavaScript with HTML and PHP. Let me free, let me make C# again. Yeah, I feel for you, I feel for you. But like... these goddamn outlines. And now I'm talking about... let's just call them outlines are the black outlines. So that's like a style for our game, right? It's apparent on every outlined object, always. And then we have selection outlines. Those are the white outlines, right? The problem is making these two work together in a nice way. So look at this one right here. Here we would probably want it to override it totally. So here we would like to have... here we would like to have something like this, but even more so, actually. Fucking hell. No, I think, you know what? I think we're gonna have to... I think the best approach to this is... I hate that I can't see this one right here. I think we're gonna have to alter... we're gonna have to alter the underlying data we use. To calculate the outlines. Is that what I want to do today? So we would fix this one basically. Or before we render that one. Do I select here? I like them both. But we could probably do this. Look at this. So if we do occluded selection outlines, then we see the outlines through the selection here. That's not very good. That's not good at all. Yeah. It looks passable. Passable is what I would define it as. Passable, passable, passable. John Olsen, you have a name for the game or the character yet? No, unfortunately not. I usually refer to the character as Bob, but you know, I don't know. Jim Bob. I like that as well. I don't know where Jim comes from though, but character looks like an Alex. I'm okay with Alex as well. Okay, you know what? We are actually gonna call it... Okay, I'm right on the verge of calling it for now. This looks okay. This one looks way better currently, I think. But with... One sec. Oh yeah, I'm tired. So this one looks way better currently, I think. We get rid of most outlines if we do this, but we store one. This is actually okay. This I would say is so. Here we actually have some faded outlines here. This I'm okay with. So this effect looks way better now. If we want to get it even better, if we want to make this even better, then we're gonna have to fix how the outline data generates. I have no idea, but I can't currently double check it here. This blit texture is black for some reason. I wonder if it's because outline data texture. Why aren't we getting anything here? Oh well, anyway. Like this looks good. This looks good. You would have to look extremely careful to see these small overlaps here. But then again, this one then, here we still have a problem with the outlines, I would say. Unless we bring this one down. Makes it a little bit better, but not that much, actually. Or if we skip them all together. I think. I still have them. Far away, it's barely noticeable. Up close, however, it's extremely noticeable. That one is rough. John Olsen, what's next after this making creature? One would guess. We're gonna get some simple carry system in place. But we're getting closer and closer to creatures, that's for sure. Jim Bob, he ran away from home to join the circus, but got lost in the woods and decided to make it his home. Not too far from the backstory, not too far. It's acceptable. I wonder... Yeah, I'm more than happy with this one, actually. I think it looks good. I'm just trying to convince myself currently. Okay. Let's leave this one for now. And we've improved it a tiny bit. If we wanna improve it more, we're gonna have to fiddle with the outline data. Really want to do that today. But we'll see. So let me just commit this one real quick. Okay, we're probably gonna do some creatures soon. Would be extremely nice to have something running around here looking pretty. Maybe not today or next week, but maybe the week after that. We'll see. But we have assets, scripts, render feature, highlight. Or actually scripts. Here we do. Scripts, input, highlight. And then shaders. Highlight. We have a highlight new. I want to get rid of this one. Okay, get reset. Let's do it like this. Do you have any concepts yet? Yes, we do. I have a few, actually. The first ones we implement and add are going to be extremely basic. One of them being blobs. You definitely need blobs. 100%. Okay, there we go. Let's call this one. So what did we do? We did fix texture wrap issue. Fix selection on displaced object. And then we didn't fix, but we improved selection outlines and regular outline overlap. On 27. Okay. I can write the soundtrack, trust. We'll see about that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's put this one in the future me as well. I need to think about this one. Before I start doing some big changes to the underlying outline system, I want to make sure they are correct, but I'm pretty sure that we could inject we can inject the selection outline between outline data render pass and outlines to texture pass. If we inject the highlight outlines here, we can alter the outline data then we can probably use it in outline to texture pass to generate some nice outlines based on it. Yeah, but I think that is the solution we want to do. Okay, I want to implement the carry system ish. So I want to be able to pick stuff up, which we currently can, but okay, I want to fix that as well, but it doesn't work. Yeah, we just add it to the hand pretty much. We want to play different animations depending on what we pick up. Things that we pick up should have like entry and exit points. So we know exactly where we want to hold them. Yeah, a lot of stuff. I want to be able to pick up. We want to fix this as well. If we pick this one up, we shouldn't really have them as parent and child in this case, but yeah. We should be able to pick, I don't know about that, we'll see. But yeah, I picked up my shirt and threw it away. There we go. We had some problem with some physics of the cherries as well. Yeah, there's a lot of things we need to get right. So pretty much if we pick up the big shovel, we should have this carry animation. If we pick up the small one, we should have another carry animation. Same with this one. This one, yeah, okay. Where to begin? Okay, let's start by this. First of all, we're gonna reset the character. We're not gonna start with... We're gonna remove this one. We have a grip point here already set up. And we have a base layer and a new layer. This one is something I threw together real quick just for some short videos of mine. So we can start here. So we have some animator masks. This one is just called character mask. Right now we're gonna rename this one. If I remember correctly, this one is right arm. Let's see. Yeah, shoulder R, and then we have everything underneath. That's good. So let's see. Character mask. Right arm. I think we want to have the shoulder in it as well. What is the correct term for this one? Avatar mask. Okay, so this is good. Mask. Animator mask. Let's call it avatar masks then. Avatar masks. Avatar mask right arm. Base layer. Can I rename this one? Yeah. Everything right arm. Yeah, we want to do override on the arms. Do I want to use some universal naming here? We'll figure it out. Left arm. Gerald Love, for the larger items you could set up a remote interaction for precision placement, avoid having to make all those animations. Yeah, the idea is we're probably gonna do something in between. So you have we're gonna have to define this as well, but so we have carry small item, or I would say we could probably group it as like macro and micro. So we have macro that is carry small item, carry heavy item. Let's see here. Let me draw some stick figures. And hopefully it will make a little bit more sense, the things I'm trying to convey. So we have do carry small light item. I don't know. Carry big or small heavy item. And we have carry big heavy item. Like not the best stick figure, but if we take this one from the side, I'm thinking something like this. Right? This would be the bed, for instance. Bed, shovel, big shovel, or wood planks maybe. But like for these, we're probably gonna need separate animations for the top half. But then of course, we're gonna do some inverse kinematics to get the details right. So different big animation for the different types, but then you might have this one might be, if we hold a shovel, for instance, you want the shovel to go through the hand, like we have it right now. This is the hand. But then you also might hold a shovel like this with a looser grip. This we will solve with inverse kinematics, I reckon. But like the overall, so if we carry something like this, the character is probably gonna bend his or her back backwards. We might even animate the legs a little bit differently and stuff like that. So we will create a set of carry animations, but then we will mix them with avatar masks and inverse kinematics to polish them up, basically. So maybe we just need to do 3 or 4 unique animations, but then we mix and match them with inverse kinematics in such a way that that we end up with like 25 carry animations. Does that make sense? Maybe a little bit. This is what I'm thinking right now. It might evolve or devolve. I don't know. But if we take a look at so this one would probably be, this one we would carry with 2 hands, 2 arms. This one we carry with 1 arm atop of the shoulder. This one we can probably carry with 1 arm, 2 arms, 2 arms, 1 arm. Fruit, one arm, definitely. Let's see if we can get this cherry bug again. Do we want that to... Oh, anyway. And when we pick something up, it's not very important how it happens, I don't think. We can probably get away with this. But when we put it down, I reckon we definitely don't want it to collide while we put it down, so we end up with something like this. Probably want to put it down where we point. Yeah, then we're gonna do, so if we sit and hold something, we still want the blending to happen accordingly. I wonder where we have this now. Okay, this is fucked. Yeah, right now we just exit where we were when we interacted with it. And this is also very weird. Or no, it's actually not. We have freeze rotation on X and Z, but when we sit, I think we might disable this one and then we might rotate. Rotate, yeah. Yeah, we do is kinematic. And we have a few things. That's just a cosmetic feature. Having a fluid and functional way to place item is going to be the most important. I agree, 100%. You need a ghost image of the item that represents where the player is placing it. I like that. %. And when we hold item, we're probably gonna... Yeah, we'll see, yeah. Would be beautiful to have the outline, wouldn't it? I think we can do that pretty easily. Oh, we can fix that. That would be so good. So if we hold this in our hand and we hover here, then we have a shadow item. And we just outline it. So what if we just had this outline wherever we place it? This one. That would be beautiful. That would be pretty amazing. And also we want to be able to, so our character should only be able to terraform while we hold a shovel. We can start with some simple stuff like that. I'm just gonna run and grab a cup of coffee real quick, 1 sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. All paths leads back to the selection outline. Okay, so the thing is, for the shovel, the small items, and yeah, for the small and big shovel, and for the small items, we actually have a carry animation. I reckon. Heavy, small object, small item. But here we have a very perfect hand placement pretty much, but we can work with that, I think. Do we have anything else? I don't think so. But we just want to activate these in a good way. Everything, I want to rename this one. This is more macro stuff. Sit, sleeping, walk, run, jump, right arm. Do we actually have this one playing? Sync I'm interested in. But does this one actually, does it do anything while it stands here? Let them rotate it with mouse wheel for precision placement. Yeah, we might do... that sounds fun to implement, actually. And we're gonna see about this. I worry about if we're gonna have this one executing all the time or if we can pause it. We're gonna have to add some logic here. I'm not sure about this naming either. I think we want to be more generic about it. Or as we learn. And what I wonder is, yeah, we're probably going to experiment quite a bit here, where we eventually make up, or where we end. Can we do exit? So, check watch. Okay. Let's start with carry. So both of these are initially, they have the same conditions, but I wonder, if I want to have, so we could definitely have one bool that is carry small heavy, carry big, and so on and so on. But I wonder if I just want to have one carry, and I wonder if we want to have something like float extra weight. Because if we have extra weight, we can also do Yu Xiang Wu, what's up, what's up? We can change, so we have walk normal and then we have walk heavy. If we're carrying something real heavy, then this extra weight can interpolate between those two animations, and then we can have parameters carry. Here we do add another condition, extra weight. And we want to be careful here so that we don't we have equal? Carry less than, I don't know, 3 kilograms. But we want to be able to split between these two. If we do less than and greater than, then we're gonna miss 3, aren't we? We want to differentiate between these two. Extra weight. Shouldn't the carry animation be based on the item's apparent size rather than weight? I think we're gonna go with both. You might have a log. Or we're gonna go with multiple parameters. That's a good, let's see here. We can define that now. I think it's a good. We have weight. Definitely. We can carry something that is long but doesn't weigh that much. But also bounce. But also weight, bounce. And I want to call it like connection points or something like that. Shovel. Or actually, I want to bounce. Yeah, maybe. Shovel has one connection point, right? We hold it in the handle. Box should have two connection points. Two apparent ones are this one and this one, but we're not going to be that detailed. We're going to carry it underneath. One carry point, one carry point, one carry point. I'm trying to think if we have something where the bounds are extremely big. Bounds here are extremely big with one carry point. Bounds extremely big, two carry points. Normal bounds, two carry points. Carry points is probably what we want to go with. One carry point but heavy. Two carry points. But this could be both heavy stuff and not so heavy stuff. The only thing is we're gonna have one walk animation where the character is influenced by a lot of weight. And in that case, so even though we carry something that takes two carry points or has two carry points, the weight is gonna affect the walk animation. Yeah. But then again, yeah, like oof. Now we just want to define all the different parameters, and we want to we want to include a lot of different stuff we can think about. And then the question is if we're going to use everything. So this is one animation, this is one animation, and this is one animation. Because it's also a question if the character carries it like this, or if the character carries it like, I'm drawing from the side here, this. So there's a difference between this and this. Right now I wonder if number of carry points is the only difference between these two. One carry point, but then we have the difference between these two. So this is when something has one carry point but is extremely heavy, right? Weirdly shaped as well. Interactable pickup here. And then we have pickup points, that's good. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Weight, bounce, and oops. Interaction points. Interaction points, though, we want to be a bit more specific here. Carry points or pickup points. So like, if we take this example again, it's not only that this one is heavy, it's that the bounds are a little bit screwed up, right? We could automate this, but we could also set this manually for every object that is pick-upable. I don't know which way I prefer. And the second one seems more specific to holding tools. You wouldn't normally carry something like that if it was a different shape. Yeah, this is shape dependent, but I mean, it doesn't just have to be tools. Logs, planks. You want to get some help from your back and shoulders. You have a sack as well, a sack of grain maybe. You know, like Santa Claus maybe. But I wonder if I want to do some automatic stuff here or if we want to define this. The third one is general enough to cover almost everything that isn't really small. Yeah, I agree. We can probably go with just these three actually. This will pretty much cover all of our cases. I just want this one because it's fucking cool, man. It looks badass. Mm. Yeah, backtracking we want to avoid. But let's see here. Carry, maybe we should just do... Should carry be an integer? Okay, extra bounds. Extra weight I want to have here, but... Yeah, maybe... I want to be like the most straightforward approach would have, like, we define X sets of carry as enums, carry 1, carry 2, carry 3, and then we set them on the tools. But I'm thinking I might want my creatures to be able to pick this up as well. And that's weird because we won't have... A creature might have separate carry points. That's true. Hmm. Okay, let's just start by doing this based on humanoid. We can wait before we make this more complicated than it needs to be. Extra weight. Like extra weight. Yeah. Creatures could have a simple inventory without a carry animation. Creatures aren't gonna carry that much, but I still... So when we say simple inventory, we mean that they just pick it up and it disappears. I just love the idea that a creature could pick up the shovel and run away with it. And if you just have a simple inventory, you won't be able to see it, right? Carry... Okay, for now, let's do something temporary here. We're gonna do carry. Can't I change this one? Okay. Carry as an integer. Carries equals 0. No, equals 1. And carry equals 2. Carry an extra weight. Probably gonna rotate carry point a little bit and stuff like that when we get more into it. But then we add interactable pickup points, carry point. Interactable pickup. Interaction pickup. Interaction body part types. Do we have body part types here? That's good. Action, interaction, pickup, dependencies, focus, and not collect processing. And write. Interaction body part types. So are we gonna make a pairing here? So if we have something with 2 pickup points, we need 2 body parts here. Hand write. Although we have grip point right here, which was very temporary. Because I think hand R is pretty far up, to say the least. Nah, we don't care about body parts, do we? Do I want to tie it to body part? No, I think we want to do it like this, actually. It's nice to define it with using the body parts instead of having to hand R, we would handwrite but if we go with this one, we're gonna have to have some offset and stuff like that. Grip point. Okay, so can I just see it as defining body parts as interaction points, or doing it with some additional points? One sec. So either define body parts as carrying parts or carrying points, or define our own points like this. Yeah, we probably want additional points actually. Grip point, don't know if I want to call it grip point, but interaction point. Maybe something like this. And skip this one and this one. Have this information in body definition instead. Yeah, this we want to check eventually. Yes. Contact point is probably a contact point. We're gonna leave it as interaction point for now, I think. And then we're gonna do a lot of stuff here if, or and then we're gonna need to check interactable pickup. We're gonna have to check multiple different stuff here. Wait, and that's not how we do it anymore. Rigid body. Anchor point. Now we're talking. That's probably what we're gonna go with. Um, okay. Interactable pickup. We need to define a few things here. Bounds. We should have. Pickup points we have here. Anchor points here as well, maybe. But although I wonder, we might want to define. Eventually, we might want to switch this out from transform to something more specific that we specify. Because we want to differentiate between the one carrying. We'll see. Interactable pickup. We have weight here currently. We have number of anchor points. Weight, bounce. I want this bounce here as well. Do we have, by the way... We have anchor points, we have weight currently. Bounce. I'm a little bit worried about bounce here as of now. But then we have action interaction pickup. Now when I think about it, can we set up these from script? Probably not. Probably not carry. Yeah, so we want to calculate this on... Yeah, maybe we should just have carry here. Extra weight I want to carry. I want to keep around though. So the CPU, like, we're gonna calculate in the script which carry function we should use, I think. Is there a nicer way to handle this one? Carry 1, carry 2. So it's this index here we're gonna have to calculate in action, interaction, carry, or pickup. Carry is probably a better word for it. And then we just set this one. Then we need animator. Hmm. Hmm. Because what I'm wondering, what I'm thinking right here is if one would define something like let's just call it action, interaction, pickup, animation, set or group, I don't know. Struct, and then if you do, I'm thinking which public animation, carry animation, and then we force the animator to play it. But then we want this one as well. So we don't define them in here programmatically, but that feels weird as well, doesn't it? Gerald Love, carry, physically move, pick up, place into inventory. Yeah, I agree. Currently we have pick up and collect. I think carry and pick up is better. So I agree. Animator, animator, animator. Avatar get sets the current avatar. Huh. Avatar root, body position, body rotation. Layers effect, mass center. That's fucking beautiful. Hmm. The runtime representation of animator control that controls the animator. Carry and collect might be the what we eventually end up with. Hmm. That layer weight, layer index. Okay, so it's layer index we work with a lot. Get layer index by layer name. And then we do set layer weight. Because what I'm wondering then is we probably don't want an animation here, but it's action, interaction, pickup, animation. Zero Love, collect sounds less ambiguous than pickup for adding to inventory. Yeah, I agree. Fuck, carry, action interaction carry, and action interaction collect. That's fucking spot on, I think. Animation, I want to call it set or action interaction pickup definition. Yeah, we're probably going to go a lot back and forth here. But then it's field, serialize field, public, string, layer name, field, serialize field, let's start with these two so we get a idea of what I'm trying to do here. Character, action, interaction, I pick up then dependencies, type, oh yeah. Pick up definitions, add one parameter name, layer name. Right arm and carry them. This one I don't know about. Right arm carry. Do we have header here? Okay, we can. Constraints, I don't know, but like it's a struct, we don't care about that actually. Anchor point count or anchor point count. Weight limit. And then maybe bounds, I don't know. But my idea then is that we define, so for each creature or entity that can pick up stuff, we define this stuff here. But that just feels like we're gonna go a lot of back and forth. I don't think so. Like parameter name, carry, parameter value. So this one I'm the most worried about. So then we're gonna do anchor point count 1. So this is true. So this is what we use if we have one anchor point, but we also have a weight limit of 3. And if that's the case, then we have parameter value 1, i.e. so we're gonna do checks against these values on action interaction pickup. If all of them are true, then we call the animator and we insert this stuff. Is this weird? So in this case, okay, the item we're picking up, how many anchor points does it have? Okay, it has 1, then we can use this one. What does it weigh? Okay, it weighs 2. Okay, then we can use this one. So both constraints are acceptable. So then we go animator, set parameter values, and it's int. Yeah, this we can probably layer name right arm. I don't know. It feels like we define stuff in multiple places. I wonder if we can reduce it. So it's this one that's going to work. We're going to calculate the weight here in some way. And we're going to set this parameter and we're going to set it to this value. So we do this animation setup if these constraints are true. I don't know. And I guess it's I wonder if it's entity or body definition we're gonna go for. Animator, playable entity. I think we want to go through body definition, because if we do, we could start with something like this. Your love, I so desperately need something resembling your level of understanding of C#. Thank you, appreciate it. It's one thing that's really slowing me down my game development. Yeah, I know that feeling. Like sometimes, so when it comes to, I sometimes have certain areas where I feel the exact same way. Animator and animation is actually one of them. I haven't worked that much with animators. Yeah, I'm just trying to say that I relate, I can relate. So this is a good example, for instance. I don't know if this is a totally stupid way to do this, or an acceptable way to do it. We'll see, we'll find out. So I'm thinking, yeah, let's just implement this and see where we end up, okay? Gerald, but you have enough understanding to actually troubleshoot and find solutions. That's true, that's true. Concerning this at least. Carry parameter value 2, also right arm, but here we do anchor point count 1, but weight limit, I don't know, 10. And here's the question as well. So when we go to constraints here, I'm wondering if we wanna add some bounds related constraint as well. We'll see, we'll see. So the idea then is we're gonna do a very unoptimized filtering function here, but when we start picking something up, we do pick up definitions. That's actually, so pick up definitions here, we actually define how heavy stuff we can pick up as well, right? I don't know if, maybe that's a good way to do it. But I like my body component having strength. I will see. So that would be, we get the interactable pickup. So I'm wondering if the flow is going to look something like this. Action, interaction, pickup definition, pick up definition is equal to pick up definitions dot, or let's do it like this, where the dot anchor point count is equal to interactable pickup dot anchor points dot length. dot where d dot I wonder if we want to do some sort or something like that here, but it's pretty much going to be and d dot weight limit is less than interactable pickup weight. And then we pick the first one here. This pretty much depends on us sorting them on weight limit here. We can probably do some sort in script as well, but we'll see. Joe Love, I feel like I'm stuck in the middle of the ocean without a paddle a lot of the time. Relatable. You don't have to reference Google every time you hit a bump in the road, and even when you do, you already have an idea of what you look for. First of all, thank you so much for the kind words. Actually makes me really happy to hear. But I think like that's probably what people refer to as experience and wisdom, right? And the only way to get that is probably to just grind it out, I reckon. CG, what's up? Hello, my first time encountering your channel. What's up? Welcome. What game are you working on? Yes, Gerald Love said you can check out my videos. I have one that describes the game I'm trying to build here. But in short, it's like a creature attraction and management game, much like a Tamagotchi or Chow Garden in Sonic, or Viva Pinata. But I definitely recommend checking out my channel. Appreciate it. Okay, so if I don't want to define these as sorted all the time, we could do we just add a order by the weight limit. So now we get the correct, so we get a pickup definition that has the same amount of anchor point counts, and we get the pickup definition with the smallest weight limit, but still a weight limit that is greater than interactable pickup weight. Right. Or actually, like this. Your love, that's what I do, grinding and grinding. Yeah, same here. You just gotta make the grinding enjoyable, I think. Streaming helps a lot for me. We're gonna exit in multiple different places here. So I wonder if we wanna do... Yeah, we definitely need to exit here, unfortunately. Probably a good idea to have this one as bool. Let's do it like this then. If interactable pickup is not equal to wonder about this. Else does equals to false if this. Eventually we want to do this here. Oh, what the fuck? If false, if pickup definition is not equal to, but this is a struct. That is true. Will we get an error here? You love most of what you're doing is outside the scope of my understanding, but I think I'm at least learning about workflow, troubleshooting, and game structure. And hopefully, but I mean, yeah, I guess it wouldn't be that much fun to watch someone that only does stuff inside of your scope, right? It's fun to learn, it's fun to learn. But we're experimenting a bit here as well, so don't take this as the best way of doing stuff. I mean, one way we could do it here is we define a action interaction pickup definition that is fail, but then we need to define that for everyone. Or we could double check it like this. We can change this one to an array. Yeah, we do it like this now. Available pickup definitions dot to array. We're lucky we're not going to do this that often. And then we do if available definitions dot length is greater than 0. So if then we know that we can do action interaction pickup definition. Then we take the first one. Also, success is equal to true. And this is where we want to set all of the animator properties rights. So now we have arrived at a point where we know that we can actually pick up this item, and how we want to pick it up we have defined here. Now we just need to speak to the animator, and I know like animator, it's a component we can do. So if this one needs the animator, we just fetch it by get component and keep a reference to it here, or we fetch it every time we need it. But I'm wondering, in this case, we probably want to go through body definition, or I think so. So everything that has an animator has a body definition. I think I want to do some extra stuff here. So I'm just pondering, do I want to go directly to the animator, or do I want to go through body definition, and body definition can do some extra stuff? I don't know. I don't know. One sec. And if we take a look at body definition, does this one, let's see how we do it in player movement currently. Here we have a reference to our animator. And we have this. Yeah, this is pretty temporary stuff as well. It feels like I've arrived at a point where I need to take a stand here. Or I can just postpone it to future me, right? CG just finished watching the beginning devlog, such a cool idea. Thank you, appreciate it. Hope you finish this game. I like these kind of cozy games. Keep grinding, my man. Will do, will do. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna add a to-do. I need to think about this one. So it's a question of if we want to isolate, we want to go a little bit more REST architecture with the animator. So we do it in layers. Like we want to isolate the animator, so the animator only has one entry point, so we don't have a lot of different scripts trying to change and alter stuff in the animator. We always go through one script. But for now, we're gonna do it a temporary way. So action interaction pickup. Let's do it here for now. So what is it? First the name, right? Or ID, but we can actually do it by name as well. So pickup definition dot parameter name, pickup definition, parameter value. But then we also want to set some other stuff. Animator set layer weight. So we want to get the layer, and then we want to set the layer weight as well. So it's going to look something like set layer weight animator dot get layer index and then weight. We do it like this: animator get layer index from name, and then we set the layer weight. And here we could just do 1 0.0 f. But I also want to base this on the weight of the item. So if we take the one-handed carry animation, for instance, if we carry something that is extremely light, then the carry animation might not affect the animation that much. Then we just might do run animation with that arm as well, right? But if we carry something extremely heavy, we're gonna have to change this. Let's see if this works or if we have some error. And if it works, I can probably show what I mean. We need some exit here as well. Carry not equal 1 and carry not equal 2. Do we have something that actually works now? 0, 0. Carry. Anything else we need to set up? We have the point of the object. Maybe not on this one though. Empty points. Okay, let's try this now. Now we actually carry it, but we don't put it in the correct. Also a little bit worried about the repetition here. But that's probably with my action interaction system. The correct animation place, at least. That's good. And this is what I mean. This looks like he's carrying something that is extremely heavy. But if this shovel was not as heavy, then we might want to lower this one here so we don't do this as much, which means that we would have something like this. So now it moves around. If it's something extremely small, we can probably do... But then we're going to have to add hand as well, because we can see that the hand is affected by this as well. And we'll see. But the hand functionality we will probably fix in the future with inverse kinematics. Gerald, to avoid frustration, I would suggest that you exempt tools from the encumbrance penalty. That is definitely true. 100% get what you mean. Okay, carry equals 1. Why are we pumping this? Are we setting this multiple times? Did I do something wrong? Start processing. Yeah, we probably want to take in the... I'm wondering if we call this one multiple times. don't think so. But it sure as hell looks like it. Let's do parameters carry 0. Oh, yes. Any state, any state, any state. You probably don't want to have a condition like this from any state. Because this one counts as any state, so we just jump back to this one. Start. And we go round and round and round. What can we do about that? We pretty much want to have any state, but not this state. Solo, solo, solo. Letting Bob carry more than one tool would be a great quality of life improvement. Yeah, we're gonna get, when we have this carry system in place, we're actually gonna do a quick inventory implementation. And when we do the inventory implementation, we're gonna do, I've been wanting to make a backpack for a long time. And so I wonder, like, if the backpack is gonna have X slots for tools, so you can pick up a tool, put it on the backpack, pick up another tool, also have it on the backpack. But you can only have like 2 or 3 tools on the backpack. I don't know. But fuck, I noticed that time flies. We're gonna have to continue this tomorrow because I need to run. But great progress today. A little bit sad about the selection outlines, but we will do a second try somewhere in the future, and we will continue with this carry system tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, and have a good rest of the day. Peace.